Senate. So clearly he's referring to Democrats, not like sort of radical left terrorists. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to your face.
Yeah.
And Vice President Harris brought it up. And Brett Baer said, you know, we actually asked Donald Trump about that earlier today. And so they played a clip of Trump being asked about it. They cut off like the first 60 seconds of his answer and just included the part where he's like, people say I was threatening. I wasn't threatening. And then they cut back. Like, so Donald Trump says he wasn't threatening anybody. And Vice President Harris says, Brett, with all due respect, that is not the clip.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
Going.
A town hall. So,
Brett, I'm sorry.
Weaponization of government. You would know, Don the con.
And with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
You are selectively editing this. The real clip is him saying that he would deploy the National Guard and the military against Americans. You and I know it. He said it repeatedly. And she went on this whole spiel about how presidents of the United States should be so secure to not be threatening to deploy the military against their critics or people who vote against them. And it's gone viral. And it went so badly for Brett Baer that the next day on Fox News, Brett Baer admitted that the clip was wrong, that he should have included a wider selection of the clip, which included what Trump initially said, and that she caught him. She made a point. And so that whole thing went viral. It was the highlight of the interview. And I think between that and Trump's answers at Univision and the Economic Club of Chicago, the Harris campaign is going to have a lot of fodder for ads for the next few weeks. Here's the funny thing. Politicians, yes, have to debate to get into office. Usually, like, debates are part of the election process. But you have to remember the politicians themselves are not actually professional debaters, right? They are not, they don't have the sort of crucible that Twitch poll debaters or that you go through. So you have to remember, for those of you watching, if you're comparing it to Destiny or to a loner box or to somebody like that, then yeah, Kamala Harris or most politicians not named Pete Buttigieg will come up short. But when you consider that she walked into the lion's den, number one,
Fox News,
right, and this is so important. Fox News, as a reminder, had to pay $787 million because they effectively co-signed Donald Trump's lies about the 2020 election. I know a lot of people spin a lot of cope about how news networks are partisan or biased, but there is no news network in the mainstream media as biased as Fox is. There is no counterpart to the Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit on CNN or MSNBC. Some people say, what about the Nick Sandeman, MAGA hat kid, Covington Catholic thing? Even that's not comparable in dollar sign or in just blatant partisanship. So she went in there knowing that anyway. That these people are so loyal to Donald Trump, they paid nearly $1 billion for it, number one. Brett Baer, number two, the journalist in question, Stephen, he was implicated in the Dominion voting system's discovery information. He was one of the so-called straight news journalists saying, don't call Arizona for Joe Biden, even though you did. Undo it because we're losing viewer share to OAN and Newsbox. That guy is the one who interviewed her.
Arizona, are you...
I only did this boss with a fucking whisper. What? Okay. Holy shit. All I wanted was the fucking whisper, bro. God damn. Okay, I gotta boast about this shit. Okay, this is kind of cool. I like it. Yeah, this thing has a lot of potential, I would say. But then I lose the maximum resource stacks and all that shit. Also 4 plus the ranks. 4 plus ranks to all skills. That's a bit of a loss too. This could be this could be good for like leveling an alt. So yeah, still pretty good. I'm gonna look this up, hold on. Like the top of my mouth hurts a lot. I can't eat shit right now. I can't eat shit. I mean, I can't eat anything right now. Yeah, that's what I meant. Wait, you use Hair of Perdition instead? Ow, 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 ow. Okay, so title aspect. I use that. Hold on, I gotta. All right, I'm back. Um, right. Yeah, I can do a necro build, sure. What do you mean roughness and vigor? Which one is that? Is that a paragon thing? Oh shoot. Okay, I got the paragon notes. I mean paragon points, whatever. Damn. So I only have 254 right now? Okay. At least I got this though. It's pretty cool. Shit, I didn't do that. I mean, this is worthless too. I'll sell it. I'll take it. Oh, yeah, right. I got a Vesper completion as well. Cool.
100% sure of that call and when you made it and why did you make it?
Absolutely. We made it after basically a half hour of debating, is it time yet? Because it's been clear for a while that the former vice president is in the lead in Arizona and was most likely to win the state.
It was so crazy going through right before the election. There were, I think, 2 different articles that I found that'll hopefully show up in my final video, where it was like, this random wonk nerd might be the sole thing saving America. And it was talking about, I wish I could remember the guy's name, but it was talking about the guy running the Fox News election desk. Was it Aaron Mishkin?
That sounds about right.
Oh
yeah,
God, that was a
running the decision
recall.
desk.
I have no idea how I got that name out there, but yeah, I think it was him. But yeah, oh my God, that Arizona call was catastrophic, and you saw people go live on Twitter. I think Kushner was making phone calls, and yeah. Off the back of that, though, or maybe on the front of that, I know that Trump has had a few appearances. I watched one, the Bloomberg interview. My God.
Yeah, the Economic Club of Chicago. Yeah, by
I don't know why he would.
host.
I don't know why he would ever go and talk to people who are like, I'm an economist. That's what I do. Like, it's going to be an actual substantive conversation. What a catastrophe. But also, okay, I read an article that. I read a headline, I've been so busy the past few days, that was saying that Trump was filling out some crowds with paid people. Who's allowed into these Bloomberg crowds? I can't imagine an audience full of like business-minded, like intellectual, economically in tune people who are clapping for some of the insane things that Donald Trump is saying. Do they just let in people from the outside or what?
So usually it's the venue that selects the people who are permitted in. Now, I don't know about the Bloomberg example, but the Fox News town hall that Trump did earlier the same day that Vice President Harris had her interview on Fox, earlier that day, it was a woman's town hall hosted by Harris Faulkner on Fox News. And it was reported that many of the people who stood up and asked questions were actually like documented previous Trump voters and Trump supporters of relatively high profile. We've also heard reports that when Trump has been speaking at rallies and he'd have people in shirts that say like auto workers for Trump, they actually weren't auto workers, and they admitted it afterwards. They just got the shirts and put them on and stood behind Trump. I'm not sure about the Economic Club of Chicago, that particular example, but there were people who were Trump fans. He did have a couple of like loud claps and cheers, even in that disastrous setting.
Quite a few, yeah.
That was one of the worst. I mean, it's difficult with Trump because he has one train wreck after another, and it's so hard to keep track. But that is one of the most viscerally bad interviews that Trump had from a competent, to your point, a competent moderator who was willing to hold his feet to the fire.
I fully disagree with that.
Really?
Because I read so much feedback online about how unfair and how harsh he was, and that he was like grilling him and holding his feet to the fire. And I will say he did do it more than most, but even that was he was so gentle. There were so many. I don't think Trump answered a single question. But you could tell because the guy kept saying like, okay, well, if you don't want to answer that, let's do this one. Okay, well, if you don't want to. I think that at some point, and again, this is just my fantasy, maybe as like an e-debater guy, I want to see somebody go on the news and just say like, hey, we're not moving on until you answer this question. Oh, okay, that's cool that you just said 20% tariffs now. Okay, well, how about this question? Oh, 50% tariffs now. Okay, that's cool, but we're going to answer this question. I wish that would happen, but yeah, somebody gave Trump that tariff silver bullet, and it's like his answer to every policy problem now. It's just tariffs. Like, thank you for the update. I will say before we end our thing, just a quick thing for the people in the comment section. Tell me if you prefer Josiah on this cam, the meme cam, or this cam, or should I continue to switch between the two? I'm just curious what you guys think in the comments. But otherwise, thank you for joining me, and I will catch you next week. And then after that, are you going to be here for the election?
The November 5th watch night? Yeah, that's my plan.
We'll be here. Oh boy, it'll either be really fun or incredibly depressing. So.
Oh God, yeah, that's the thing. You guys are definitely going to have to bolt the windows and everything else, pad the room, probably strap me to the chair. So yeah.
All right, I'll see you.
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for talking. Yeah, bye.
First story that we're going to do is about Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. As you're aware, Stephen, Elon Musk has come out as an unhinged Trump supporter? Have you seen him kind of going around tweeting things and supporting Trump?
He's literally doing like stump speeches. Him and Tim Pool, they're literally out here like doing speeches. He's either writing like campaign ads for PACs, or people are writing it for him, because my mom is forwarding me this shit now from Elon Musk. So yeah, I've unfortunately I have seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually started his own PAC. I think it's called America or Super America PAC or something. It might actually even been called the United States of America Incorporated PAC or something like that, where he is 100% going in favor of Donald Trump after disclaiming that he was going to be supporting anybody in the election. Just for a moment, I think it's important to dwell on the fact that if this were happening the other way around, if a tech billionaire were putting their thumb on the scales in this fashion for someone like Kamala Harris, what the reaction would be on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah. Like, it wouldn't be, people would be accusing algorithm rigging, and
they would go ape shit. All right, they're like, again, I gotta reiterate this: Trumpies, Trumples, Trump cultists. They're bugs, as in, you know, the critters, the pests. Fuck them.
Yeah. Talking way more about that JD Vance story that nobody cares about anymore, the laptop story that was completely and totally wiped from X, and the journalist that was banned for reporting on Klippenstein. Is that racist? Did I just guess?
I think is right.
What was it?
Ken Klippenstein?
Oh, okay, yeah, there, yeah, close enough. Okay, yeah, it would be, people would, conservatives would be losing their minds, but they lose their minds over everything. But anyway, yeah, so he's got a PAC now that he's up to some very interesting activity with.
Yes, and he's actually going and having rallies. He's going to Pennsylvania, where he went to school for a few years, and he's trying to rally the supporters of Donald Trump and encourage them to vote. And there's actually, I think, a good argument that not all of his activities are strictly speaking legal, and some may be criminal. Now, a lot of people have seen the petition going around, or his offer to give over money to certain people for doing certain things. But it's a good opportunity for us to step back and talk about what the law prohibits and what it doesn't prohibit. So I'm going to read to you now the law against expenditures to influence voting. For those of you following along at home, this is 18 USC 597.
And then even real quick, before we get into that law, just as an even broader picture, because so many people talk about like freedom of speech without having any idea what that even means in the United States, there are quite a few laws that prohibit a lot of speech around election stuff, that it is a federal crime that people have been prosecuted for. If I were to go on Twitter and say, hey guys, if you're in Pennsylvania, remember to go and vote on November 7th at this address, I believe that posting misleading information about, I think, the time or the location, about like where to vote or how to vote, stuff like that, these are federal crimes. And then as you're going to get into more particularly paying people for votes and everything, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can even see some forms of campaign finance law. People acknowledge that when Mitt Romney said corporations are people, you know, that's not strictly speaking true, but there are some rights associated with expenditures, associated with corporations, which very much sound in freedom and right to free speech. And so the Supreme Court has recognized and upheld limitations on campaign-related, certain campaign-related expenditures, or really in-kind contributions to campaigns, and other kinds of reporting obligations. And so there is laws that affect and regulate how money is spent, how speech is conducted with respect to elections, because they're so important. Yeah. But specifically in this case, 18 USC 597 says, whoever makes or offers to make an expenditure to any person, either to vote or withhold his vote, or to vote for or against any candidate, and whoever solicits, accepts, or receives any such expenditure in consideration of his vote or the withholding of his vote. Consideration is like a contractual term. It's like what you're getting on the other side, some promise to withhold or to do a given act or to give something over. It's like what the thing is that you're exchanging, right? So that's what it means by in consideration of his vote. Shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both, and if the violation was willful. Usually willful means you know it to be illegal, not just you did it, but you know it to be illegal. So there's both a part of this law that affects you whether or not you know it's illegal, and a part of the law which affects you even greater if you know it to be illegal. shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. So just to give some broad overview, and Stephen, you tell me if that makes sense or you have any questions. We understand that if you give or offer to give any expenditure to any person, so this has usually been interpreted to be anything of value, for someone to vote, right, in order to get them to vote, either for any candidate, right? It doesn't have to be necessarily for a particular candidate. It could be just to vote, or for a particular candidate, that can be a crime, and receiving that can be a crime. And if it's done willfully, it can be up to 2 years in jail and a greater penalty. And if you don't know it's illegal, it's still illegal, but it's a little bit less of a penalty. Any questions before we get going?
Yeah, there's I should remember this better, but when we were first getting into canvassing a few years ago, even on our get out the vote stuff, when we were doing get out the vote campaigns, we weren't allowed to tell people, hey, you should vote for this person. Or I don't believe we were allowed to ask at the door, hey, who are you voting for? And if they're voting for Trump, you would say, oh, okay, bye. But if they're voting for Biden, then you say, oh, well, here's the thing, go register to vote. You weren't allowed to show, when we were doing our get out the vote stuff, we weren't allowed to show bias at any of the doors. I don't know if that was a federal law, if that had to do with how the funding or whatever was working for the organization that we were doing, but there are a lot of restrictions around this stuff. And for a lot of these types of crimes, there's a lot of stuff that people do that's illegal that just doesn't get reported, or it's not a big deal. Like, you are breaking, well, I don't know if it's illegal to not pay your taxes, but at the very least, you're violating IRS statutes. If you go around and you mow people's lawns and you don't fill out a 1040 and report that as income to the federal government, or if you do a lemonade stand, and you don't have like an 1120S for your LLC, right? Like, technically you're breaking, IRS regulations, maybe breaking the law, but like nobody really cares. But when you're getting onto this level of, if you go to your college dorms and you start posting on the walls, hey, prove to me that you voted for X candidate and I'll give you $100, or hey, keep somebody home, keep them from voting, or, mislead them, take another place, I'll give you $1,000, or I'm a massive political candidate, or I'm supporting one, and here's a massive petition, and we'll pay you $47 or $1 million or whatever, whatever's going on to do these things. Stuff becomes a lot more questionable. And then also, I just want you to clarify this for the audience, or tell me that I'm wrong, okay? A lot of people have this fantastic assumption about law where you can go into a courtroom and you can look at like the letter of the law in a thing and you go, well, this says that in order to do this, it has to be blah, 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 blah. But I did this very clever little itty bitty loophole, so therefore I'm not liable at all. Most of the time, that's not how it works. Like, the people that work in the legal system, judges, prosecutors, the people that write the laws, are not stupid. It's very rare that there's going to be a law, criminal law, that the public has a huge interest in supporting that you can evade so easily with a cute little loophole. So if somebody says something like, oh, I'm not going to pay you $50 to keep a Trump person from voting. I'm going to pay you $50 to keep somebody with a MAGA hat from voting. My guess is you're still going to be held liable, under that crime as much as you would have been for the former one. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Sometimes kind of like very narrow distinctions matter in the law. So you can think about the activities of a PAC, an independent expenditure. If they're doing essentially the same thing as the campaign, then why is that like allowed for you to do unlimited donations there, but not the in-kind? So sometimes those kind of like.
Well, I will say carefully on that. That's for a super PAC, not necessarily a PAC, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it can be the formalistic differences that you're sussing out can be extremely relevant. But sometimes, like especially with the criminal law in different areas, they're trying to get at a particular kind of conduct, and it's written in broad enough fashion that it's going to capture when you try to be cute like that. So, so look at the language here that we're using. To your point, whoever makes or offers to make any expenditure to any person, either to vote or withhold his vote. That if you try to say, well, hang on a second, when I sent out this communication, this offer, I was just talking about people with MAGA hats. I wasn't talking about, or I didn't say voting. I was saying showing up on voting day. Now, there are different things that you could say that may, like a reasonable person might not construe that as an offer to, induce someone to vote or something like that. But you can start to see why, being too cute might get you in trouble if it's very easy, trivially easy to prove that what you're really trying to do is induce someone to vote for a thing of value. And to give you an example, a very funny example, there was a election law guy. His name is Rick Hansen. He's like a well-known election law guy. And in 2008, Ben & Jerry's was offering free ice cream to anyone who had voted, right? Not saying voted for a particular candidate, not saying voted for Obama or McCain, just you get free ice cream if you can prove that you voted. And they stopped doing that. And because this guy, Rick Hansen, called them out and said, hey, this probably violates the law because you are giving an offer that is inducing people to vote for a thing of value that is free ice cream. And you can think about it. If it were just money, that might, one of the policy reasons is we don't want to think that our elections are being run for individual bribes. Put that aside from like the policy of people voting for lower taxes, people kind of construe that differently as being like more about the general health of the nation, the welfare of the nation, as opposed to these kind of more individual bribes to people specifically to get them to vote. So any thoughts on that before we get to the Elon Musk case?
No, yeah. For the Ben and Jerry's one where they held liable for any kind of crime,
they just stopped doing it, right? And that can kind of get to your point that there might be some reason why you might not just indict Elon Musk. I'm not expecting an indictment of Elon Musk for what we're going to talk about necessarily, and you might not expect it to result in some kind of criminal situation.
There absolutely won't be an indictment because of the absolute cuckoldry that Pisco supports, who is fucking Merrick Garland. But go ahead. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I support Merrick Garland. I support the Department of Justice under the current leadership. I think they're doing a great job. But let's talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk has made a couple of different offers. And so we want to be very specific about what we're talking about. We're not talking about the $1 million lottery offer where he was like saying, if you are signing our petition, you are going to be entered into this lottery, okay? Because that is not offering money in exchange for a vote, right? You're saying if you sign our petition, you enter into a lottery. That's like, anyone could do that, right? Stephen, you can make a petition right now to sign something, I don't know, to support DGG, a new DGG plushie toy, and offer a lottery for people who are participating in the petition, and that wouldn't run afoul of this law. It needs to be specifically to get them and induce them to vote. What we're talking about is there's a specific tweet, and we're going to link it right here alongside the law, or I hope we're going to link it, where Elon Musk is talking about some of his events. And in his events, he makes clear what is required to enter into the event, right? In order to go to the event, you need to have voted. And an event like hearing Elon Musk speak, like a concert, right, is a thing of value. And so when Elon Musk is saying tomorrow night through Monday, I'll be giving a series of talks throughout Pennsylvania. If you'd like to attend one of my talks, there's no fee, but you need to have signed our petition and have voted in this election. That is an offer, right? And the offer is conditional on you having voted. It's not saying, hey, and no one who votes after I give this offer is not allowed to come to the talks. It is giving an inducement, a thing of value that is attending a talk, and he's recognizing that there's a value there because he's specifically calling out there's no attendance fee. So clearly, hearing Elon Musk speak is a thing of value, no different than like if you were going to a concert for Taylor Swift. And he's doing so in exchange for that offer is you having voted. So that is an area where I think a lot of people are yelling their heads off that this is against the law. Any thoughts on that?
No, I mean, yeah, makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so Elon Musk in general has been doing these kinds of things in support of Donald Trump. And I think it's important for us to take a moment and highlight some of the hypocrisy here that we're seeing. When the rules are applied to Trump supporters, or when they're purported to apply to Trump supporters, it seems like there's always something that they're going to use to try to distinguish it. Or there's always a reason why it doesn't matter that they get to break the rules all the time. And we're just going to dwell for another minute or so on this censorship story on Twitter and X, the quote-unquote comparison to the Hunter Biden laptop and the Twitter files. The Twitter files, if you guys all recall, was the sort of expose by people like, now I'm not remembering his name.
It was posted on the New York Post, and it was a story that included links directly to material that purportedly came from an ill-gotten laptop from Hunter Biden. Oh, I shouldn't say ill-gotten, but the material was ill-gotten. Maybe not the laptop, if you believe everything that came from the story. As a quick thing here that I will say, and you can disagree with me if you'd like to be wrong, but we won't disagree here. And everybody knows this to be true intuitively, so I hate that I'm even saying this. I shouldn't even be giving this oxygen, but in case there was any doubt, just because you happen to come into possession of some sort of device that holds digital information on it, that doesn't give you the right to the underlying information, especially if you're working in an area where you deal with privileged information. If I run a computer repair shop or a phone repair shop and somebody drops their device off, I don't have the right to start perusing the device and then publishing the material on it. That's absolutely absurd and ludicrous, because I saw some people were trying to say, well, it's not really hacked material because he didn't hack it. He just no, anytime you are getting access to information that you're not supposed to have access to, that counts as like hacked material. Even if the hack is offering a candy bar to, to a mom's child to get the password or to get the login information, that's still it's hacked material. But just on that as well, for the Twitter laptop story, that story was censored for about 24 hours. Okay, about 24 hours. All the internal communication was leaked, and no mention whatsoever of government pressure was there. And Matt Taibbi, the journalist who was responsible for writing that himself, said, "Yeah, you can take it. Yeah, take it away."
Yeah, no. So before I was mentioning that the Twitter files is a story by people like Matt Taibbi and other people that Elon Musk has brought in to sort of give an expose on what Stephen just talked about, the censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop story, that New York Post, for about 24 hours. And Matt Taibbi, as Stephen was just mentioning, admitted that there was no government involvement in the censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop story. He said as much, and he said that was part of the problem. And we'll put up the quote where he says that. And so there's no evidence of that involvement. People point to a letter by 51 former Intel agents, officials who worked in the Intel agency of the United States. Those people are, number one, former agencies, so they're not members of the government currently. And that letter was published after the entire saga of the censorship and then the re-uploading or the reauthorization of the Hunter Biden laptop story on Twitter. And so I just want to make sure that everyone's aware the story is not as is being sold to you, that there was a government push to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. Nonetheless, what you have currently on X, which is a kind of regime where we actually do have evidence that Elon Musk coordinated with the Donald Trump campaign to censor a quote-unquote hacked materials related to J.D. Vance. That is going on, and you are seeing no objection from people who were crying foul at the Twitter file story at all.
Yeah, and there's so much about it's just like even the Twitter I hate all of this. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like even the whole concept of the Twitter files is a stupid concept too, because it's really just like a guy is buying, because in one sense people see it as, well, even people on the left, I think, maybe saw it as like, oh, okay, well, we're trying to have some transparency here and everything else. No, Twitter became less transparent under Elon Musk, and all he did was he bought a company because he hated the prior owner, and then he tried to have a bunch of journalists come in, give them access to emails, and then make them shit on the prior owners. Like, it's not even really truly an awesome, transparent investigation where a whole bunch of like leaked materials been made available for journalists. This was Elon Musk brought in journalists, specially brought in journalists, sat them in a room with his Twitter engineers, and then had them go through emails to find stuff that was incriminating of the last owner of Jack Dorsey in the last ownership board, basically, of Twitter. So the idea even that even under those circumstances, even under those conditions, they couldn't find, the kill shot they were looking for to show the level of impropriety that was alleged, or that people had the perception of, when, as you said, this literally happened under Elon Musk, where they reached out to the Trump campaign before censoring that story to communicate with them, to coordinate with them, is absurd. Yeah.
And there's currently litigation going on between Hunter Biden and one of the former Trump staffers that hacked the Hunter Biden hard drive. Remember, these are different devices. Copies were taken at different times. And so even the notion that the FBI should be authenticating devices that they never had any control over is highly suspect. But there's ongoing litigation about this hacking between Hunter Biden, Garrett Ziegler, and other individuals as well. Mm-hmm. And so this is all a way of saying there's a huge amount of hypocrisy, malfeasance occurring right now by Elon Musk, by X, and by Twitter, and they're pushing false narratives, double standards, and you should not let this tech billionaire who doesn't care about the future of this country, who doesn't support what we stand for, the principles of this country, dictate the results of this election. This election belongs to the people of the United States and of the several states, and you shouldn't let him influence your vote, in my opinion.
It's so insane that somehow I used to make fun of Trumples all the time for saying that Trump, this New York real estate mogul from, liberal guy who's a billionaire is like representing the everyman. But it's just crazy how Republicans who from the Tea Party, the libertarians, and hating the ultra billionaire class have now become the most represented people by Donald Trump and then the richest man in the world, Elon Musk.
As well as other people that he's put in his orbit, including David Sachs, J.D. Vance, who's supported by people like Peter Thiel and a bunch of other tech billionaires, and some might say, I don't want to say deep state actors, but pseudo deep state actors, or at least tech people who don't even necessarily agree with the concept of democracy. If you look at some of the things that Peter Thiel supports.
Well, to be fair, I don't know how important that is because we're not a democracy, we're a republic, right?
Right, yeah. Representative government, I should say.
Yeah. Jesus.
But anyway, that's enough on Elon Musk. You guys should definitely check out further news stories about this, what I think probably violates the law, the inducement to get people to vote. But moving on, let's talk about what this election is really about. It's between two people, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And Donald Trump said something this week, which should shock. Well, it shouldn't shock you because
another thing,
it is.
Huh?
Yeah.
Another shocking thing.
He's talking about things like Arnold Palmer's penis, Hannibal Lecter, all this weird stuff. He could say anything, and I guess at this point it wouldn't be shocking. He says he wants to be a dictator on day one. Everyone knows the quotes.
I mean, it's the grab him by the pussy president. Yeah, he's not going to say something that's going to like hold people. What?
Correct. But he said something that is another thing that should be disqualifying. He called January 6th, the attack on our Capitol, a day of love. A day of love.
Yeah.
A day when our electoral count process was disrupted by barbaric thugs who were attacking police officers, who were trying to stop the certification of the vote, who were trying to hang Mike Pence. He calls that a day of love. He has promised to pardon all the January 6 defendants, including those who attacked and assaulted police officers. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to take stock at the January 6 prosecutions to see exactly how many there have been and for what. So there have been 1,517 people charged with offenses related to January 6. 630 of them were charged with illegal parading. 457 were charged with disorderly conduct. 327 were charged with entering a restricted area.
And so on that one, I hate that I'm even saying this because everybody knows it intuitively. Okay, people say this over and over again. They'll say, "Oh, they were charged with breaking, entering, or entering a restricted area. They didn't even go in the building." So the fuck what? Nobody in the history of any place, okay? I'm from Nebraska, all right? They would tell us that if you wander into a farmer's cornfield, he might shoot you if he thinks you're a coyote, all right? This idea that I can trespass onto somebody's lawn or trespass into somebody's backyard, as long as I'm not going into their house, everyone intuitively know that's an idiotic statement to make. So trespassing into the Capitol didn't just mean going into the Capitol building. There were barricades that were set up around the Capitol that were violently breached. They were broken down. We have the video. Conservatives will simultaneously say that didn't happen and then say in the next breath that, well, it did happen and it's because Ray Epps was there. But just to be clear, you don't have to go into the Capitol necessarily to have violated that breach. But also, too, not every single person that was outside the Capitol that wasn't violative of that breach, not all of those people were held liable for that or criminally charged either. I'm pretty sure it was just the first people through, basically, right?
Yeah, and I just want to put it out there. Those are the quote-unquote minor offenses of January 6th. I still think that what they did was incredibly significant. They're illegally parading, disorderly conduct, and entering restricted areas for the purpose of stopping the certification of the vote.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of these could be considered engagement in insurrection. That said, those are the quote-unquote minor offenses. Now let's look at some of the more like serious offenses. Hundreds of people have been charged with assault, including assault against police officers. Hundreds of people have been charged with obstructing official proceedings. People have been charged with physical violence, with theft, with seditious conspiracy, with firearms charges. We heard from the former president, and we also heard from, on the debate stage, who was the name of this traitor who you were debating with? Owen Schreier? Schroyer?
Yeah,
I don't know.
who he served 2 months in prison for.
Who was a January 6th defendant himself, that there were no guns. Well, if there were no guns, why were there 5 firearms charges and convictions on at least some of those charges? Why were there, videos and images of people holding guns? Why is there sworn testimony by dozens and dozens of people that there were guns there? You're being sold and lied to about January 6th by everyone in MAGA. And to put a pin in this, if Donald Trump becomes the president, not only will all of these defendants go free if they are still in prison, they'll be pardoned. The ones who are the most violent will be pardoned. The seditious conspirators will be pardoned by Donald Trump. You can guarantee that. Donald Trump himself will never face justice for his crimes. He should be in prison for the rest of his life for trying to steal the 2020 election. But if he becomes the president of the United States once again, he will fire Jack Smith. He will end these prosecutions, and there will never be any justice for what occurred on our Capitol that day and for the attempted theft of the 2020 election. And that's where we're going to end this week. Stephen, any final thoughts on the state of the January 6th prosecutions and what it means for our election?
No, I mean, it's like, yeah, these are crazy times. I think that one thing that we get asked a lot in these spaces that we do, because we do these Twitter spaces every week, for as long as my blood pressure will allow us to continue doing them, people will bring this up over and over again. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen if he's elected? I would argue that one of the worst things that happens in a Trump re-election is that the American public has essentially co-signed the behavior of the past 8 years, or at least of the past 4 or 5 years. So we've said that trying to overturn an election isn't really that big of a deal. It's, if you really think there's voter fraud, then you can obstruct, and then pardoning everybody involved is okay. That Donald Trump winning the election and basically having the American public say that's not a big deal, that in and of itself, I think, does irrevocable harm to the fabric of our constitutional democratic republic. I think is incredibly bad. But
I'm sort of brought back to a time Abraham Lincoln famously. Now, I wasn't alive during the Civil War, but Abraham Lincoln famously held an election during the Civil War, where in the middle of fierce fighting between North and South. And there are a lot of people who think that Abraham Lincoln did illegal things as part of his efforts to fight the Civil War. People actually do have an honest disagreement about whether he did or not. People have even an honest disagreement about whether habeas corpus, that was illegal or legal.
Yeah.
I've been trying to be more steeped in those issues. But one of the things that was important to Lincoln was he wanted to make sure that his actions had the mandate of the people. And in a sense, by electing Abraham Lincoln to that second term, the people were given their stamp of approval to how the conduct of the war was proceeding, including some of the more controversial things that he did.
Yeah, I think
I would. Yeah.
I don't know if you have the quote, but I want to say there was a quote from Abraham Lincoln where he said something along the line, and I think it had to do with the habeas corpus, the idea behind suspending and everything. I want to say there was a quote where he's saying, I think by the time this is all said and done, everything is over, my fear isn't that we went too far, but it's that we didn't go far enough. Or I think it had to do with the habeas corpus thing. My fear, I don't think people are going to be saying, I can't believe he did this particular thing, but more, I can't believe he didn't go further, or he should have done more, whatever I think was his fear, or one of the fears that he had. But there were a lot of questions in that time over, what does it mean to be a democratically elected leader in a time of, war, of everything going on. But
And we don't want to have a situation in which Trump's efforts to subvert our Constitution are given the stamp of approval by the American people. The choice is on you. We're in game time, folks. There are 16 days left, if that, maybe even less, 2 weeks essentially, till this election. Please get out there and vote. And when you do, consider the track records of the people who are asking for your vote.
Yeah, and if you vote, Pisco's going to pay you $550. I'm just kidding, but... All right. Well, thanks a lot. Any big cases or anything we should be looking forward to that's coming up over the next couple of weeks?
Keep an eye on some of this election litigation. You're seeing some stuff about, ballot roll, voter roll. Sorry, you're seeing some things about certain types of voting. I'm sure you're going to see things about poll watchers, that kind of thing. So let's keep an eye on the election litigation. Democracy Docket has a good set of litigation that they're keeping a tracker on. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on those and keep you informed.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks. Well, we'll see you next week, and then after that, maybe one more or the election time. So yeah.
Yep.
I'll see you
See
later.
you soon, guys. Hey, cool.
What do we got? What's happened internationally over the past week?
Well, it's kind of playing out like an HBO series right now, one a week. Yes, last time it was Sinwar. No, last time it was Nasrallah. Now it's Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza since about 2017. Very recently, the head of the entire Politburo since Haniya died. He is gone. He was killed in a fight actually above ground after hiding in a tunnel for most of the year, it seems. For some reason or other, emerged with 2 bodyguards, encountered the IDF. They didn't even know who he was. They weren't looking for him, specifically. They got into a fight in a house and killed him.
And
so
this is, was he killed in, did you say Khan Yunis?
No, he was originally hiding in Khan Yunis. He died in Rafah.
Oh, okay. So for the people that have been keeping score at home, so Haniya, I think, was the head of the Politburo, basically, of all of Hamas, who's gone. I think, is Mohammed Deif, was he the head of the Al-Qassam brigades? Okay, so which is the military component of Hamas. And then I don't know what his official title is. I just always saw leader of the Gaza Strip for Sinwar, but I guess who had been promoted because Haniya was dead, is now also dead. So I think this is kind of like a perfect case scenario in terms of eliminating leadership. Like my guess would be, or I don't know what Israel expected, but it's probably more than they would have hoped for to be able to literally kill all of the top leadership in Hamas. Is pretty crazy, I think.
Yeah, he was kind of like the last piece of the triangle with Haniya, Mohammed Deif, and he was the last one. He was especially important because even though Haniya was the higher up figure, he was not really in charge at the final decision when it came to negotiations. Anything Haniya agreed to wouldn't matter unless it also got cleared by Sinwar. And Sinwar has notably been probably one of the strongest Puritans in terms of the Palestinian cause. He's a complete hardliner. He is very adamant against ceasefires. He's very adamant against any kind of compromises. He'll occasionally, even when he says things like, there are a couple of speeches of him saying that he'd be okay with 2 states, the 6-7 borders, but he will always remind people that it's temporary. He's very, very adamant. He's never been shy about his hardline stance.
I think he's generally been in the Gaza Strip as well, right? Whereas Haniya, I think, is generally in like Qatar, or he's away. I think Sinwar is usually in the Gaza Strip. Would that be accurate to say? Or because I know I saw him, I believe
Sinwar is
he made appearances at like the Great March of Return. I think you could see him in the audience at times in the beginning and everything.
Yeah, Sinwar is the local leader of Gaza since 2017. And before then, he was akin to defense minister since about 2012. So, yeah, he is the one who's the main person in charge of Hamas in Gaza. And in a sense that he also ruled with an iron fist. Since he got released from prison in 2012, Israeli prison, he was very, very strict in terms of how he wanted his soldiers to operate. He was very much in command of operations. Whenever Hamas would do something that was particularly their project, Islamic Jihad would typically back down and have a much lower presence because they didn't want to get in his way. He called the shots, and even by other people who were close to Hamas, who were used to people killing collaborators and all the rest of it, Sinwar was exceptional. His big role, his big entrance onto the scene in the Palestinian struggle was about in the early 80s, and his main talent was rooting out suspected collaborators. I think in the first Intifada in 1991, when it was starting to die down, there was that 1 year when more Palestinians were killed by other Palestinians than by the Israelis. It was like 150-ish to 100, and that is in large part because of Sinwar. That's why he earned the title of the Butcher of Khan Yunis. He even made it the case that higher up figures weren't safe either. So there was a famous commander in the Al-Qassam brigades who was murdered on Sinwar's orders because he was accused of collaborating, but with not really any evidence. The other thing he was also accused of, which they did have evidence for, was moral turpitude, which in their terms is homosexuality. And his treatment involved being tortured for several days. He was hanged from a ceiling. He was whipped. He was forced to listen to really loud music. He was forced to confess to basically a whole bunch of things that he'd never done, and then he was killed. So that's Sinwar's reputation, is like, even if you are high up, you are not safe. You have to be pure, you have to be committed to the cause, you have to fall in line, and even if you are suspected of something wrong, a lot of these people were not actually collaborating, they would kill you anyway.
Well, rip bozo, I guess, to that guy, Packwatch. Yeah, what else? Yeah.
Well, as far as what it means for going forward, it's hard to say, because the conjecture is that Sinwar was using hostages for most of the time in the last year to keep himself safe. We are assuming this because the IDF apparently found a piece of cloth only about 100 or 200 meters away from that tunnel where those 6 hostages were shot in the head. The tunnel that was actually underneath a children's bedroom. So it seems like the situation was that they were holding these hostages close to them to keep themselves safe from IDF airstrikes. But at some point, it might be the case that the hostages were slowing them down. Maybe people got sick or people were injured, or they just had to leave in such a hurry because there was an IDF advance that they just decided that they couldn't bear 6 hostages as a burden, so they just shot them. That's why, for some reason, at the end of it, Sinwar was alone with 2 bodyguards above ground. So it seems like the IDF operations in Rafah paid off in the sense of rooting him out or flushing him out of the otherwise very safe tunnel network. I think it's probably worth talking a bit about what he contributed to Hamas in Gaza just for the last few years.
Yeah, and actually, real quick before on that, do we know how many hostages are left that are unaccounted for?
I mean, they keep saying 101. So,
okay.
Yeah, although it feels quite likely that quite a lot of them are already dead, because when Hamas offered their version of a ceasefire deal, which meant the IDF leaves completely, they said they would hand over hostages, brackets dead or alive.
Yeah.
So there's a pretty strong hint that it's less than 101 who are alive.
Sure. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sinwar's contributions to the Gaza Strip over the past few years.
Well, he actually, looking through a lot of his public statements around 2017 to the present, one of his big contributions was actually to the Great March of Return, because, as we've spoken about before, the Great March of Return, at least on an official level, by the civil organizations who were putting it together, they didn't actually want people to move across the Jakar roads into the buffer zone. They didn't want people to do that, at least on the first day. They actually made quite an explicit call not to do that. They made sure to search people for weapons and all that before going up to the actual protest sites. But their goal was to move those tents over a matter of weeks. Like, they would move the tents just a few meters forward every couple of weeks as a way to put the IDF in a kind of awkward position where it's like, well, they're coming towards us, but they're not really going to pose a particular threat if they're just moving forwards unarmed. But on day 1 of the March of Return, a bunch of people went towards the fence trying to tear it down. There were Molotov cocktails thrown. There was maybe IEDs. There was definitely slingshots used. And the reason that happened, at least it's very likely, is that a third of the people who died on that first day were claimed by the Al-Qassam brigades and Islamic Jihad. So Sinwar, around that time, is seen going around the crowds in those tents, riling everyone up, saying that we're going to break down this border. And I think his exact words were, we're going to tear their hearts out from their bodies. So he's very, very explicit. Obviously, he didn't go up there himself because he knew it would happen. And I think if you look at one of those obituaries from Al-Qassam and Al-Quds brigades, some of the obituaries actually say that they went out to fulfill their duty of martyring themselves for the cause of the wall. As in, like, some people were clearly sent out there knowing that they were going to die.
Yeah, if you read the initial Facebook post from...
Jesus Christ, that's actually so fucking sad.
I don't know if it was a journalist or just a dude in Palestine, but there's a Facebook post by a guy that kind of kicked it all off, And his post, now whether we would count it as an invasion or good or bad or whatever is irrelevant, but the gist of his post was, imagine if there were hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that were peacefully walking back into Israel to occupy the old homes that they had before. Like, Israel can't kill a bunch of peaceful people. It would look horrible on the world stage. Like, this would be such a great event. That's kind of what kicked it off. So the idea that on day one it was already hijacked by Hamas, and again, like you said, there's video footage of Sinwar in the crowds before the first border riot. There are leaked audio recordings of bus drivers who were talking about being forced to bus violent people up to the wall. You've got stashes of these giant like yards of tires, and you can see the video footage where they were rolling the tires out and setting them on fire to give cover from snipers and to sling. They've got, as the riots continued, you've got like people cutting through the fence and like running through and planting IEDs on the other side and stuff. Like it's all on video. They took video of literally all of this. So none of it is contested. It's pretty sad that the original event that the guy was kind of writing about on Facebook ended up being hijacked on day 0 by Hamas in order to turn it into a violent event. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but again, it's very clear to see that, at least for Sinwar, this is kind of his design. It's actually, given what happened in the March of Return, it says quite a lot about his way of doing attacks on Israel, because it's not, in a way, October 7th wasn't too different in terms of what he expected. He, on the Great March of Return, said that it was a success because it restored right of return to international discourse, and it also placed Palestine on the world agenda. And the way he was talking about it was like, he's literally saying that the expectation is that if a few people go forward, then other people will follow.
Which is also,
at one point, admitted that...
No, go ahead, finish your quote.
Yeah, at one point he admitted that it was soldiers who had taken off their military uniforms and their weapons to go towards the fence, but yeah.
Yeah, also, I just want people to know that part of the reason why the Palestinian people felt like they needed to bring that issue back to the forefront was because Trump and Netanyahu had been in talks about having UNRWA funding cut off from the Gaza Strip, that Trump had recognized the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem, and that the Abraham Peace Accords were going forward, where other countries were starting to sign or come on board with these bilateral agreements with Israel to sign for peace, and none of these agreements, none of these conversations involved the Palestinians at all. So the situation had started to become more and more desperate in the Gaza Strip to bring the issue back to the forefront of everybody's mind. I just like to throw that in for my domestic crowd, because a lot of people give Trump and Kushner credit for a peace in the Middle East, and the Abraham Accords just kind of inflamed a lot of these tensions and kicked it down the road and pushed it into what would eventually become not just the border riots, but like you said, October 7th.
Yeah, because Trump was poking the bear really, really hard. I mean, people always view the Palestinian issue from obviously a naturally Western lens when we look at it, because we think about occupation and the way that it's like humiliating and people are dying and they don't have sovereignty and all that. But if you look at Palestinian discourse, especially from people like Sinwar and Hamas, the most important things to them, and the things that they really, really harp on about, is not things that we would normally consider. To them, it's like Al-Aqsa, right? The mosque compound in the old city of Jerusalem. Sinwar spoke about that all the time. And when he's talking about, even around the Great March of Return, but also in the recent attacks, he is constantly harping on around aggression towards Al-Aqsa. And what they mean by that is Trump moving the embassy to Jerusalem. It means Trump offering, quote, the deal of the century that puts the entire old city in Israeli hands. He is very, very conscious of that. And that is like the centerpiece of his rhetoric. He cares a lot more about that than he does about checkpoints or economic inequalities or water access. Yeah, Al-Aqsa is like the number one, and Trump rubbed Hamas up the wrong way in about 3 different areas by doing that.
Yeah, I remember when I was chatting with Dr. Ahmed Tibi, I think he's the longest serving Arab in the Knesset when we were down in Israel. He had brought that up too. It was like, well, that's a non-negotiable, Al-Aqsa Mosque. And I'm like, what do you mean by non-negotiable? Like, we have to have sole ownership of it. And I think when I asked him, does that mean that Jews even have the right to go to the Western Wall anymore, like outside and pray? I don't think he committed to even saying that they would have that right. So it's funny because, like you said, in the West, we have this idea of, oh, well, it's important that they have 99%, 100% land swaps and guaranteed economic equality and all this stuff. But for them, it's a lot more, I don't want to say emotional, because in a way that it sounds like it's taking away from things that they desire, but like nationalism and all these things they very much are emotional things. That doesn't make it bad or worse or whatever, but they're not necessarily looking for, like you said, the 2% interest rate loan or the 482.7 square miles of guaranteed territory. It's things like the right of return to Israel being preserved, or things like sole control over Al-Aqsa Mosque and these types of things.
Yeah, and even in negotiations in the 2000s, they're grouped up separately. There's like real estate, which they kind of mean as practical issues, and then there's national narrative issues. And always the kind of like uncrossable red lines are around narrative issues. Everything else people were willing to talk about, but yeah, for the narrative issues, it was just like brick walls.
Yeah.
I think for Sinwar, the other interesting contribution that he has seemed to make for Hamas is there's this kind of trope about axis of resistance forces conscripting child soldiers. It's very obvious with Yemen and the Houthis. They do that shamelessly. Hezbollah, a little bit. With the Al-Qassam brigades, you can look through their lists of obituaries over the decades. There aren't that many people under 18 who are listed on those websites. Sometimes there's like a 15-year-old thrown in or a 16, but usually they're over 18. Actually, most of them are over 20. But although they wouldn't conscript soldiers at such an early age, what Sinwar was very keen on doing was getting children, even preteens, just to get into the mood of fighting anyway. Whenever he talks about these kinds of like attacks that are going to come on the Israelis, and about like the kind of rhetorical flourish of we're going to emerge from the belly of the earth, i.e. the tunnels, and come out and reclaim the land or anything else, he always says our young men and women. He always talks about men and boys. He very distinguishedly throws in that he wants young people involved as well. There's a very famous video of him in a crowd kind of like manhandling this very reluctant looking kid who looks like he's under 10 in a combat uniform with a gun, holding him up like he's Simba in The Lion King, and this kid just looking really uncomfortable. So that's like a very prominent thing about him, is he was very adamant about getting everyone involved, and his expectation was always that if we sort of start the fire, other people will join in. That's what he wanted for Al-Aqsa flood as well. He wanted, I think he expected 1 million Palestinian Israelis to rise up, and he wanted tens of thousands of them to get to arm themselves with cleavers, axes, or knives, and just start attacking random Israelis. He made that call out as early as 2022. So that's what he expects, and obviously he was very disappointed because he went for October 7th expecting Hezbollah and Iran and everyone else to join in the struggle, and they didn't really. Hezbollah did their bit in the north, but it wasn't a full-scale attack. Iran, same thing. Houthis, same thing. So I think he's a very good indicator of how that axis of resistance, first of all, that Hamas has never really fit that neatly into them, but also that they're not really as committed to the cause as someone like Sinwar clearly was.
Yeah. Any closer to wrapping up this war, or any statements on that at all? Or
I mean, Hamas have... So the headlines are like, Hamas have said they're going to continue fighting. I don't even know who they mean by Hamas. The problem is that although Sinwar had a very unilateral form of rule, Hamas is also famously very capable of splitting off and operating independently from one another. So they could probably survive as an insurgency without a leadership structure for quite a while. The one glimmer, I guess, is that people are suggesting this next person in line might be Khalid Mashal. He's probably the most spoken about potential successor now. And he has had a history of being a little bit more willing to at least appear to compromise. If you know about the 2017 charter where they say, oh, it's not Jews, it's actually Zionists, right? Like that kind of, he was behind that whole operation to try and moderate the Hamas message. It didn't really compromise on their key goals. They still wanted everything from the river to the sea. But he has in the past made little hints that he's willing to at least be more practical to avoid his own people dying in thousands and thousands. I think he actually even once endorsed the prisoners charter from Marwan Barghouti, but it's way back as 2005, 2006. So if he takes over, he will probably be a bit different from Sinwar, but different enough to call off the war from Hamas's end, I don't. That's a bit too hard to say.
all right. Any other minor stories for us, or?
It's not really a minor story, but I don't know if you've heard about what happened in the north of Gaza with the attack on Jabalia.
I have not at all, no.
So you might have seen Kamala Harris about 4 or 5 days ago talking about how she was going to consider restricting military aid to Israel, cutting the budget. And the reason she did that was because there was this kind of rumor going around in the early days of October this month that Israel was actually actively blocking aid from getting into the north of Gaza. Now, usually when people talk about blocking aid, when you see these little reports, they're usually talking about the fact that some aid trucks are getting arbitrarily seized and then sent to the back of a queue because they had dual use items in them. But for this particular situation, it seemed like nothing after one shipment in the 1st of October, for the next 2 weeks, nothing was going in. Then rumors started to spread about this major general, someone called Giora Eland, who apparently had this plan to do a proper full-on siege, not even with any aid, onto the north part of Gaza to basically put pressure on the remaining Hamas militants who had regrouped up there.
And then just to be clear for people listening at home, things like sieges where you're sieging towns or cities or groups of people where there are civilians present, that's not allowed anymore. You can't do that. Internationally, this is always...
Vice President, thank you for being here. Vice President, for the past 4 years under the Biden administration, how can we expect you to deviate from the direction of that administration here today? Considering you have been in the position of Vice President for the past 4 years under the Biden administration, expect you to deviate from the direction of that administration compared to your own. How can we differentiate your policy and your beliefs from that of Biden's?
Okay, this
إيران حتى ولو كان إيران
I just made my own choice like that. I paved it on my own. This is on my own.
I paved it on my own.
Shout out to Destiny, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, yeah. Hell yes. If Destiny was my roommate option, I'm in the next 11 days. So much so that like Steven was DMing me, stay with me, it's okay. Here, for all of you guys is
ومن تحزب معهم
violative of international law. You can never be cutting off civilians from receiving aid, for like food and medical supplies. You're not obligated to keep enemies supplied with food and medicine, but you can't cut off civilians in any case. Sieges are not like things anymore that you're allowed to do.
Yeah, you can't do it. And also, even if, which this did happen, even if you do make a call for people to flee south, civilians, and even if, which also happened, the Ministry of Interior warned everyone in the north not to flee. They said it was a lie. They said there's nowhere else that's safe. Don't listen to them. Stay where you are. That happened as well. Despite that, you're still supposed to allow aid in. And what seems to be emerging, at least from a few reserve soldiers who have spoken to the press, is that the general's plan was actually being implemented, but wasn't being authorized by the general staff or central command. It seems like some part of the IDF in the north was operating unilaterally and actually carrying out this thing. And as soon as that came out, around October 15th or the 14th, Kogat very quickly started announcing and showing videos of 30 trucks, 50 trucks the next day going into the north through different crossings. So whatever happened there, and I think the Kogat website is still showing this, it doesn't seem to be the case that between the 1st of October and at least the 14th, nothing was going into the north. And I think that is probably the strongest case so far of a part of the IDF actually using like a siege strategy with food being blocked, like full on.
Yeah. Well, not good. I guess I'm assuming Israel's announced there's going to be an investigation, and maybe we'll hear about it in a year or two for that guy, or?
Yeah, I mean, because that's a pretty grave violation. I think as far as violations of the of international law that I've seen so far from the IDF, there are lots of them where it's like there are bits of information that could sort of make sense of this. This one I think is probably the worst example so far. There's no evidence yet. There's no evidence that it's been approved by the government or by the general staff or central command. So I don't think anyone's announced an investigation yet, but yeah, it looks like that's what can we want to look out for in terms of who actually faces consequences for that, because that's a pretty big one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anything we should keep an eye out for in the next week before the U.S. election is coming up?
I mean, from the Middle East, I guess, if we're keeping up the trend, maybe Netanyahu will get arrested or kicked out of office. And at that point, the only remaining leader will be Abbas, the one true survivor, supreme leader of the Holy Land.
That guy's... Is he like 85 plus? How old is he?
He's 89.
89. God damn. Yeah. That's a long time.
And he's also despised. If you're despised by Palestinians, you're probably going to die at some point.
Yeah,
right?
and I was going to say, he's hated by everybody. So, geez. Well, congrats for him.
He's playing the survivor's game. No ICC arrest warrants recommended. No airstrikes anytime soon. He's played the long game, so.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for the updated information. Maybe when we do this next week, maybe we'll do it live. You can be my one live guest instead of being quasi-live. So, yeah.
Maybe.
All right. Well, okay. Thanks a lot. I'll see you later.
No, man. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
pay $25 million to students who attended Trump University because the real estate seminars were a scam. Trump is banned from running a charity in New York because he misused charity funds for his political campaign. And that list of verdicts, settlements, and convictions is likely to grow substantially. Trump was indicted for illegally retaining highly classified defense documents and obstruction of justice. The most serious charge against Trump is that he retained national defense information, which is a violation of the Espionage Act. Trump kept these secret documents at his private club, a place that has been described as a haven for spies. Trump was indicted in Washington, D.C. for conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights, all in an effort to overturn the 2020 election results. In Georgia, Trump was charged with committing a range of crimes related to the 2020 election in that state, including racketeering, solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, and false statements. And Trump has been impeached twice. First, related to Ukraine. Trump's first impeachment occurred following a House inquiry that determined that he solicited foreign interference in his re-election bid, and Trump obstructed the investigation by instructing his administration officials to disregard subpoenas for documents and testimony. Trump tried to force Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden by withholding military aid. And Trump also tried to promote a conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, was responsible for interfering in the 2016 presidential election. And his second impeachment was incitement to insurrection. The House of Representatives impeached Trump for encouraging his supporters to storm the Capitol in an attempt to disregard the certification of the 2020 presidential election. Now, obviously, both times he escaped conviction in the Senate, but remember, impeachment is a political remedy, not a legal one. But the Trump bipartisan impeachments were unprecedented. And even Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell suggested that Trump should be convicted in court regardless of the impeachment in Congress. There's a disturbing pattern of Trump's crimes. They are explicitly intended to subvert the democratic process. Trump has run for president 3 times in the last decade, and each time he's tried to illegally and improperly influence the outcome of the election. In 2016, Trump engaged in the hush money scheme to prevent news of his affair with Stormy Daniels from going public. And the Mueller report documents the many contacts between the Trump campaign and Russian operatives, concluding that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election by waging social media disinformation campaigns and by hacking the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
The report also details 10 instances where Trump attempted to interfere with the investigation and obstruct justice. 34 individuals and 3 companies were indicted because of the Mueller report, including Trump allies Roger Stone, Mike Flynn, and Paul Manafort, who you will recall was Trump's campaign chairman. If a man is judged by the company that he keeps, Trump has surrounded himself with corruption. His 2016 campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, and vice chairman Rick Gates were convicted of conspiracy against the United States. His advisors, Roger Stone, Peter Navarro, and George Papadopoulos, committed obstruction of justice, contempt of Congress, and making false statements. Trump Organization CFO, Alan Weisselberg, was convicted of tax fraud. Trump's national security advisor, Mike Flynn, lied under oath. Chief strategist Steve Bannon was convicted of contempt of Congress, and that's only the beginning of his troubles. His former personal attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, was convicted of campaign finance violations. His fundraiser, Elliot Broidy, went down for corruption and bribery. Even his lawyers, Ken Chesebro, Jenna Ellis, and Sidney Powell, pleaded guilty to crimes related to the 2020 election. And unbelievably, on his way out the door, Trump granted clemency to his corrupt political advisors, Paul Manafort, Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, and George Papadopoulos. In 2020, Trump did everything he could to overturn the results of that election, even if that meant disenfranchising millions of voters. He pressured the governor and secretary of state of Georgia to find him votes, just enough to win. And not for nothing, he encouraged the riot outside and the siege inside of the U.S. Capitol to stop the 2020 election. For the first time since 1820, the Capitol was laid siege. He encouraged the rioters to kill Mike Pence. He sought to delay the results of the election by any means necessary. And as detailed in the D.C. prosecution, this was only the most visible part of a larger conspiracy to make sure that the election certification never happened. As you can see, many of Trump's crimes and conduct strike at the heart of our democracy. They are both self-serving and anti-democratic. The hush money payments were meant to keep the information from hurting him in the election. The Ukrainian blackmail scheme was for the purpose of soliciting a bribe in the form of fabricating dirt on his presumptive political rival, Joe Biden. And he conspired to bring down Congress. And here we are in 2024, and Trump is once again waging war on the democratic process. He's already declaring the election rigged against him. His running mate denies that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. His hand-picked leader in the House of Representatives won't commit to certifying the results. And he pressured Republicans in swing states to pass legislation and rules preventing the states from counting votes until election night. He subverted democracy before, and is trying to do it again, right in front of our faces. Which takes me to the next point. Donald Trump will destroy our core freedoms for his own personal gain. Trump frequently undermines free speech by attacking the media, individual journalists, social media platforms, and critics. He retaliated against John Bolton for writing a book, which is the ongoing subject of my lawsuit against the government. A never-sent draft resignation letter by General Mark Milley said Trump was, quote, doing great and irreparable harm to the U.S. in 2020 after police used tear gas and batons to clear protesters and journalists out of the then-president's way for a photo op in Lafayette Square. Law enforcement used tear gas because Trump was told he couldn't just shoot the protesters. He has repeatedly called the press the enemy of...
I mean, what the fuck? Like, he actually wanted to oh, Jesus Christ. And Americans are that retarded? They're still considering voting for this fucking retard? Wow, just insane. Clown shit.
The people and weaponize the DOJ against certain reporters. Trump said he would revoke the broadcast license of CBS, which isn't a thing you can do, because they interviewed his opponent, Kamala Harris. And Trump has a game plan if he's elected again. It's called Project 2025. Project 2025 is a bespoke manual for fascism. It lays out exactly what Trump can do, how he can do it, and who he can staff the government with. And the worst part is it includes a whole bunch of things that are arguably legal, but are just old-timey fascism. Trump wants to do one of those one weird tricks, but for ending civil liberties. For example, the Comstock Act of 1873 is a federal law that regulated the distribution of materials considered to be obscene, lewd, or immoral. The law primarily targeted materials related to birth control, abortion, pornography, and contraceptives. The law is still on the books, and Trump and his allies want to enforce it once again to ban medical abortions and contraceptive and criminally convict doctors. And then there's the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, one of the 4 laws known collectively as the Alien and Sedition Acts, passed by Congress during the presidency of John Adams. The Alien Enemies Act gave the president the authority to detain, arrest, imprison, or deport non-citizens from nations that were considered to be hostile to the United States. And Trump has said he wants to use this law to use the military on American soil to inter and deport tens of millions of immigrants. And he doesn't just want to stop there. He wants to use the Alien Enemies Act to use the military to deport legal immigrants, including Dreamers and Haitian immigrants, who are legally residing in the United States, and who, I will remind you, despite the blood libel levied by Trump, did not eat any cats or dogs. That was a complete fabrication. And under the same auspices, Trump has also vowed to use the military against Democrats, who he claims are the enemies from within. You don't have to take our word for it. Many of Trump's key appointees and advisors will absolutely not vote for him in 2024. The list is vast and growing. It includes former Vice President Mike Pence, former Chair of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly, former Secretary of Defense James Mattis, former Attorney General Bill Barr, former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, and former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. There are hundreds, if not thousands more. There has never been an administration in history where so many of the people that the president himself appointed have changed their mind and stated that the president is unfit for office. In part, they recognize that Trump with full faculties was a threat to democracy. General Mark Milley called Trump, quote, a fascist to the core. But it's clear that Trump is also in mental and physical decline. His speeches are word salads. He doesn't live the same reality that we do, and he just simply makes up facts all day long. And while losing a step when you're almost 80 is not necessarily incompatible with a successful presidency, here the lack of mental faculty means he's more likely to be taken advantage of by his advisors and more quickly to jump to authoritarian tactics. History has shown that Donald Trump will always take the easy road, and in a second term, there won't be anyone to curb those tendencies. Which brings us to the economy. Economic policies are usually based in policy preferences. There are some who welcome Trump's plan to place tariffs on all foreign goods. In other words, a sales tax of up to 200% on anything made outside the United States. A tax that you, the consumer, would pay, which would cause all Americans to pay thousands more per year. In one instance, an iPhone might cost as much as $4,000. And then, of course, other countries would retaliate by levying the same tariffs on US goods, which would kill US exports. But that's not necessarily illegal. But those who think that Trump would be better for the economy fail to take into consideration the effect of Trump's lawlessness.
No, they fail to take into consideration of anything. They're vibes-based voters. They're morons. That's it. No need to give them nuance. No need to give them credit, like any type of charitability. They're fucking retarded. It's that simple. Anyways.
On this country and the economy. The only other economic plan that he talks about would be to deport tens of millions of immigrants, many of whom came to this country as children and lived as Americans for decades. This policy, while likely completely infeasible, would also be a disaster for the economy and do next to nothing for high prices. But more importantly, Trump's destruction of the rule of law, free speech, and free elections would itself be terrible for the economy. Individuals and businesses rely on the notion that government will apply the law even-handedly, and they even require the freedom to be critical of the government without fear of government reprisal. And they need to know that when a politician is voted out of office, they will leave peacefully. And they need to know that a politician will not use the office for personal gain at the expense of their country, unlike Trump, who steered government and foreign contracts to his own businesses, like the Trump Hotel, and then promptly sold that when he left office. When you take away free speech rights, property rights, and fair elections, and then add in graft and crony capitalism for the president and their friends, you have a recipe for economic disaster, apart from the legal disaster in and of itself. Imagine Germany in 1932, Venezuela in 2005, or Hungary in 2010. Let's not add the United States in 2024 to that list. Countries with strong legal systems attract more foreign investment. Businesses need to trust that contracts will be upheld, and they need to know that their success doesn't depend on whether they personally like the president or not. Trump has threatened CEOs who don't support him. He gave contracts to his friends. He filled his White House with nepotistic advisors, and specifically his son-in-law exploited his position to personally enrich himself. At base, Trump's advantage on the economy is an illusion. Which takes me to my final point. This time, it's different. Obviously, we saw what a Trump presidency can look like. He was president for 4 years. So why is this the most important election of our lifetime? Well, this time there are no guardrails. There is no deep state, but there are long-held institutions. The career bureaucrats and political appointees with half a conscience who pushed back against Trump's worst impulses. And sometimes it worked. His own advisors would slow walk his craziest ideas. But Trump learned his lesson, which is why Project 2025 is so frightening. But Project 2025 vows to remove over 1 million federal employees and would replace expert and nonpartisan civil servants with a raft of political loyalists. We've all taken it as a given at this point that if Trump is elected, he would end the many active DOJ investigations and prosecutions into himself on day one, and frankly, it's frightening that we all just assume that he's going to do that at this point. But if he does, that would likely result in mass resignations at the Department of Justice. And Trump would relish that and simply install political loyalists instead. Heck, he might do it even without the resignations. Yes, he was impeached twice, but he was also acquitted twice. Congress will not stop the next President Trump. And in the interim, the Supreme Court not only granted sweeping immunity, but it basically laid out an instruction manual on how to do all of the above. Want to use your Department of Justice to prosecute your enemies for no reason? Fine, you're totally immune. What's that? You want to shoot your political rival? Don't be silly. Just bomb them with an F-35. Now it's totally legal and totally cool. The current Supreme Court says have at it. The guardrails that once existed to keep Trump's worst impulses in check are simply gone. A second-term President Trump would gut the administrative state and fill it with political cronies. Congress will rubber stamp everything that he does. The Supreme Court will continue to say that almost everything he does is immune. And Trump will claim that any election that he loses is illegitimate. There's only one guardrail left. A vote so overwhelming he can't dispute it. So that brings me to my closing argument. Vice President Harris is the only sane choice in this election. She is a former state prosecutor and state attorney general. She believes in free and fair elections and in free speech. This election is a choice between law and criminality. As senator, Harris grilled Trump Attorney General Bill Barr about whether he ever opened an investigation because Trump asked him to attack his enemies. And this is a key point because as Attorney General, Barr eroded the rule of law himself, though he has now changed tunes. He misrepresented the Mueller report's findings and shut down an investigation to whether Trump took a $10 million bribe from Egypt to fund his 2016 campaign. And I do not believe Harris will appoint an attorney general who weaponizes the Department of Justice the way that Trump has. I believe that Harris will support Supreme Court justices who preserve the rule of law and not grant sweeping immunity to the single most criminal president. I believe she will only nominate judges who the American Bar Association says are qualified, and while this is a low bar, Trump can't clear that bar as he nominated 10 judges who the ABA rated as completely unqualified. And I believe it is highly likely that she will not destroy the rule of law. It is highly likely that she will actually uphold the rule of law. And saying that out loud, I can't believe how low the bar is, but that's where it's been set. There it is. You have the choice between someone who will promote free and fair elections, promote core freedoms, and uphold the rule of law versus a wannabe dictator. Now, I'm sure many of you already agree with Harris's policy positions, and for those people, you're already convinced of her bona fides. And to those people, all I will say is go out and vote. Elections are won by turnout. Please do whatever you can to vote this year and convince your friends to do the same and not sit on the sideline. But for those of you that disagree with some or all of Harris's policy choices, I hear you. I also don't agree with everything that she espouses. But Kamala Harris appears to be running as a fairly standard Democratic president, both small d and big D Democratic. Even if you hate Democratic policies, a normal Democratic president is better than a fascist Republican. A president who agrees with every single one of your policy positions but has this one thing where he destroys the government isn't really worth it. And even if you didn't get everything you wanted out of the last 4 years, or even if you hate Joe Biden, wasn't it nice having a normal person in the White House instead of a crazy weirdo? Wasn't it nice not waking up to deranged tweets and chaos? It's not a given, but it is frighteningly possible that if Trump is elected again, there is no coming back from this. Many of our institutions held back Trump's worst instincts, and it's possible that they might again. But he, and more importantly, his radical advisors, learned their lessons and won't make the same mistakes twice. 2020 was a trial run. This time the restraints are gone. This really is an election between a felon and a prosecutor. Donald Trump is a clown. But he's a clown with a gun. And even a clown can be dangerous, sometimes especially so. And this clown would have the nuclear codes and the DOJ. I think that there is a non-zero chance that he would use the Department of Justice and the US military against Americans who criticize him, against ordinary Americans who he calls the enemies from within. I think that because he keeps saying explicitly that. So whatever your policy preference on the left or the right, I promise you, it is more important to preserve the rule of law. So hopefully for the last time, Legal Eagle makes a presidential endorsement for this year's election. Legal Eagle wholeheartedly endorses Kamala Harris for President of the United States. Now go out and vote, because it could be your last. This is likely to be the
The way enemies fly over the fucking screen is wild. Like, look at them. They're like flying upwards, and they even just like obstruct your camera. This is fucking insane.